clarification, and our business meeting was to start tonight, July 9, 2024 at 4 p.m., the executive session. We do not have a quorum to start it yet. We're one short, so just sit tight and we will hopefully have a quorum momentarily. business meeting of July 9th, 2024 has been delayed by 15 minutes thus far because we are one shy of a quorum, and believe we are going to have a quorum shortly. So my apologies. Good afternoon and welcome to the Beaufort County Board of Education business meeting of July 9, 2024. We were delayed by 21 minutes to get a quorum present. This meeting is being conducted via hybrid video conferencing and is also being live streamed by the county channel. In accordance with safety and security guidelines, bags, backpacks, and purses are prohibited by the public at the Beaufort County Board of Education meetings. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker on Beaufort County School District and school-related topics. Citizens wishing to participate in public comments can do so in person or via phone. There are 2 scheduled public comment forum times during each board meeting. The first is a 30-minute session near the beginning of the meeting, limited to topics on the board meeting agenda, and the second time period is 15 minutes, and this takes place prior to adjournment and no later than 9 p.m. Requests to participate in the public comments via phone will be accepted via email tonight between 5 and 5:30 for the first public comment session and from 6 to 6:30 for the second opportunity. Requests should include the speaker's name, phone number, as well as topic and must be emailed to the Executive Administrative Assistant to the Board, Robin Cushingberry at robin.cushingberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us. Requesters will subsequently receive a phone call during their respective public forum time and should be ready to speak. Citizens desiring to participate in person must fill out a public comment card that can be obtained from the board clerk upon arrival. In the event the board is not finished addressing all the items listed on tonight's agenda, the board will reconvene tomorrow night at 6 p.m. to finish the agenda items. Vice Chair Colonel Guyer, we now need a motion to go into executive session.
Madam Chair, I move that we move into executive session for number 1, discussion of negotiations incident to proposed sales of 2 properties in northern Beaufort County pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2. Secondly, discussion of negotiations incident to proposed purchases of 2 properties in southern Beaufort County pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2. Third, discussion of proposed award of custodial service contracts, RFP number 24-022, pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2. Discussion of negotiation incident to propose contractual agreements for 90-day extension of ESS contract pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2. Receipt of legal advice related to pending claim covered by the attorney-client privilege to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2. Next, employment matter regards personnel ratification pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A1. Lastly, receipt of legal advice regarding Riverview Charter School contract covered by attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2.
Do you have a step? Okay.
No, in regards to and section 30-4-70A2, who will be giving us legal advice?
Let me just answer that. Wendy Cartledge as our general counsel of the school district, and there'll be 2 other attorneys giving other advice, and that's Sarah Robertson and Andrea White.
So, in regards to the legal advice, Riverview Charter School, who will be giving us advice on that?
Regarding which one?
The Riverview Charter School.
Oh, the last one, that's Andrea White. Hands up. All those in person. Please raise your hand and say aye if you approve the motion. Aye. And then online, we'll go alphabetically. Say your last name and your vote, please.
If Ms. Boatright is not here, this is Dallas, I.
Hey, I.
Any nays? And any, so that abstentions, no. So the motion carries, 6-1. So we will now move into executive session.
Madam Chair, if you can hear me, the audio goes in and out.
Okay, thank you, Carlton. We can hear you well, so we'll have them take a look at that.
Recording stopped.
Right now.
Stopped.
Not a problem. Thank you, ma'am.
July 24th or Thursday, July 25th. And the time of the meeting will be 5 p.m. to accommodate everyone's schedule and those that have full-time employment. And the two hearings will be conducted the same evening. I know Robin has started reaching out to many of the board members, but if you have not heard from Robin, I ask that you submit to her what your availability for those two evenings, no later than 12 noon tomorrow, because we have lots of schedules to coordinate, including our attorney who's representing us and also the attorneys that are representing the students. Next on our schedule, we have our legislative update from our lobbyist, Lynn Stokes Murray, who is the Director of Government Relations for Burr, Foreman, McNair. And we welcome you, Lynn, to our meeting.
Don't let this pile scare you. I'll try not to take up too much of your time, but it's been a while since I've had the pleasure to stand before you and not be on the video screen. So it's nice to see you all and appreciate your service very much. What I think I want to start by saying is that of all the things that are in this report, and there are many, there's only a handful that passed. And I think when we started this legislative session 23, this session, which is 23, 24, 24, 25, we really expected to see a lot more happen than what has happened. So I'm going to talk about some highlights. I know there's a couple of things of particular interest. If I haven't addressed those in my remarks, if you have a question, don't hesitate. I'm going to submit my remarks to Robin, so you will have them for further review. And I really wanted to talk about initially the State Board of Education gaining the power to ban books. I felt like this is something that you guys would have at the top of your list as you've been through this process down here. Through basically an obscure provision in the sine die resolution, it allowed the regulation to go into effect on June 25th without much review from the General Assembly. The BOE regs on challenge books will go into effect for the 24-25 school year. Do you have a question?
We have a copy of what you just showed us just now. Do we have a copy of that?
No, I'm gonna submit it to Robin and I'll get it to you all.
Thank you. Okay.
I hand wrote it all tonight,
Okay.
the old fashioned way.
Okay. Thank you.
So the state board is going to have the authority to ultimately determine whether or not to remove a book, and only they will be able to put it back. So parents of a child in the public school system can challenge a book. They're limited to 5 complaints per month. A form, which is being developed by the department, will be turned in to you all at the local school board. It's the local board decides to keep the book in the school libraries against parents' wishes to remove it. The parent can take a complaint to the state board for a final decision. And if it is banned by the state board, it must be removed from all school libraries in the state, not just the individual local library. Local school boards, you guys, elected officials, will not have the power to choose at that point. The regs mean that the state would judge a book on a 2-pronged threshold test that asked if they're age appropriate, educational sustainability, and then the local school board will consider the book's academic, educational rigor, educational significance, validity, accuracy, objectivity, and appropriateness. The school boards will also consider finite availability of library shelf space and instructional time, and whether the space occupied by a book in the time of teaching is pertains to material that could be better filled or spent by a different book with a greater academic rigor. The Board of Education plans to have additional guidance for local school districts on the implementation of the regulation. And I anticipate that that guidance is probably forthcoming as all this has just happened in the last couple of weeks. But I wanted to make sure y'all were aware, and you probably, I know Dr. Rodriguez has already heard this as well, but those changes are coming down, and the basic bottom line appeal will now be held at the State Department, and whatever decision they make is applicable across the state. Now, I believe that there's going to be a lot of chaos in implementing this new regulation. I think the General Assembly believes that there's going to be a lot of chaos in this new regulation. I fully expect, based on public comments made by the chair of the Committee for Education on the Senate side, that they will revisit this process next year. But in the meantime, until something changes, and whenever or if it is changed and signed by the governor, this is what we're dealing with now. So just wanted to make sure y'all had that top of mind. And any questions about that before I move?
Lynn, so you started your presentation saying that it can only be parents of a student that can submit a request to have them
They have
book
to be
reviewed.
parent of a public school child.
Okay.
So, there's been some questions about what does that mean about charter schools? And if they're chartered by the state, I think the intent is that they would be considered a public school child. They're independent. That is a Lynn Murray opinion, okay? I'll look to legal counsel over there to help me out if I'm wrong. So the next thing I wanted to talk about, and we had this conversation with many of the principals and superintendents when I was here. I think it was the end of May. I think I have to ask Mary if that's right, but one of the things that they were particularly interested in, which I'm sure you all are, is the Transparency and Integrity in Education Act. First, let me say that it did not pass, but let me talk to you about what it was going to do and what happened. So the General Assembly did not pass legislation that would ban the teaching of race-based curriculum in public schools. The bill was filed in early 23, and it sought to bar any curriculum in public schools suggesting that members of one race, sex, ethnicity, color, or national origin are inherently superior to members of another group. And the bill passed the House and the Senate relatively quickly in 23, and it would have allowed parents from anywhere in the country to sue school districts and teachers for violating the law, even before a formal administrative hearing had been conducted. Both Democrats and Republicans opposed that provision, and that's ultimately what killed the bill. So on the final day of session, Senator Greg Hembry went to the Senate and asked for free conference powers, which takes a 2/3 vote of those present and voting, that would have given them broad authority to rewrite that section. And what he wanted to do was that the bill would have allowed parents to sue school districts only after an administrative hearing had been remedied. That motion failed, and so the whole bill failed. I anticipate that it will be back. We are a very now after the primaries in June of Republicans in both the House and the Senate. The Freedom Caucus And the other conservatives, I believe, will put this back on their agenda to look at for 25. So I wanted you to know what happened to it this year because we talked about that a lot when we were here in May. But it ultimately did not pass, but I don't think it's going away. So that moves me to a couple other things on issue side. The Child Online Safety Act. So that legislation was implemented and enacted. It's effective May 2024. And it's unlawful for an operator make any sort of pornographic website available to persons under the age of 18. Notification requirements for expulsion hearings, and I heard y'all talking about that a little bit earlier. This requires that written notification be given to parents or legal guardians of the pupil that is in question in the expulsion hearings. And that was effective May 21st of this year. Competency-based education legislation was passed, and that provides for an exemption of competency-based schools from certain applicable laws and regulations. That requires the department to promulgate a regulation. Don't know what that looks like, but we'll keep our eyes out for that. The Seizure Safe Schools Act, it requires the establishment of seizure plans in public schools and provides for requirements and implementation. Booster clubs, which a couple folks had asked me about. A person that has a criminal conviction is prohibited from serving as the treasurer of a booster club. And each booster club within a school district has to annually register with the school board. The school board must run a criminal background check to determine if the treasurer is prohibited from serving in that role. So that has gone into effect. Read to Succeed endorsements were adopted, and first steps, the completion of separating first steps from the DOE was implemented through, it started last year and finished through this budget process in 2024.
It's about booster clubs. And you said that, could you repeat that again about school boards doing that?
So if a person has a criminal conviction,
Right.
they cannot serve as treasurer of the booster club.
And did they go into any detail of why that is? Because I don't believe that booster clubs have their accounts within the schools. And the district have any access to that. So did they go into any to any great length of discussion in terms of what that looks like and why that comes now?
My guess
To our
is
desk.
that this occurred somewhere and there must have been some misappropriation of funds. And they were doing this proactively to prevent that from happening in the future. I'm happy to try to get some background on it for you. I don't know the particulars, but that is my best supposition.
Yeah, I would definitely like the background on it, and I can take up an educated guess to what you just said, but just in correlation to what concerns me is that, and if I'm correct, I do believe that booster clubs get accounts outside of the school, and the school district does not control those accounts. So once again, the state, they're bringing us someone else's problem to our doorstep and dropping it off. That's that phenomenal one-on-one. Yes, once again, I did say that. I take very problem with that when it's not a well thought out decision.
Local mandates, right?
Absolutely.
Hold on a second, Lynn. We have Carlton Dallas with, would you like to comment?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Stokes. Just a question. I support the Child Online Safety Act. I think that's a good move in terms of trying to protect our kids under 18.
Yeah.
The question that I raised, though, at the federal level, the Communications Act of 1996, Section 230, really prevents prosecution of the social media purveyors. Do you think there's a groundswell taking place in South Carolina and other states to actually go against and try to address that gap as well?
I think you're hitting the nail on the head. The Attorney General has been talking about this a great deal, and it's now in his purview to help promulgate the regulations on how this is going to look. So I feel like if it's raised to the AG's level, that there's probably, a groundswell across the country to try to address it.
Agree. Thank you, ma'am.
Of course. So let me take you to the happy news.
We have
Oh,
another.
Mr. Campbell?
Earl Campbell.
Yes, you mentioned something about race-based something at the first part of your,
The Read to Succeed.
That-
Yes. So that was in the Transparency Act. The Transparency and Integrity in Education Act, which did not pass.
my question is, what are they afraid of? You know, that's part of history. And if you don't know the history of the state or the United States of America or world history, then it can happen again. Now, I know some school districts, not here, I don't think here, but they are allowed to teach about the Holocaust, but they're not allowed to teach about slavery.
Appropriations bill. So on June 26th, we approved a $14.5 billion budget. The highlights for education, $1 billion. Well, let me just say this. There's $1 billion in this budget for tax relief. There is increased pay for teachers, which I'm going to talk about in just a minute. Revised the educational funding formula. This is like the second or third year of revising the funding formula. I think it's second year. And where they consolidate several lines into single state aid to classrooms with the weightings to continue to apply for local school districts. And it's purportedly to give you all more flexibility. That's $200 million additional. Y'all are subject to accountability and transparency reporting requirements as you make those decisions locally. Step increases, so the average salary increase is $2,800. That's about 5.1%. And pay raises for teachers under this new revised salary schedule includes all levels. So 23 to 28 year teachers traditionally have not qualified for those step increases. This now allows them to participate in that step increase. The per pupil funding is up to $8,590. So that's an average of about $17,980 per student with the combined of local and state funding. $2.7 million in EIA funding for classroom supplies. So per teacher, that will go from $350 to $400 per teacher. $44 million in the lottery funding for instructional materials, $24 million to cover increased expenses for the department and first steps for full day 4-year-old kindergarten. $3 million in EIA funding for early literacy training and $22 million in EIA funding for child early reading and development educational program that's being housed at the department. $10 million in EIA devoted to math resources, $30 million in recurring funding for the Education Scholarship Trust Fund. That's the voucher fund. $1 million for Jobs for America's graduate program, $20 million for school safety upgrades and updates, $5 million for school mapping to assist first responders. I know we talked about that when I was here in May, and there'll be a new mapping system for all the schools. So if there's ever an emergency, that the first responder knows exactly where to go if there's an emergency. 28 million in lottery funds for school buses, lease and purchase. 7 million for the education grants improvement funding. That's a technology program that they put into place a couple of years ago where technology companies or nonprofits can submit applications to the department. They're reviewed by a committee that's appointed, and they put that money out for potentially new technology initiatives within the state. So that is what I have for y'all tonight in the short version. I will reduce my written old-fashioned comments in writing and submit them. I also have your full legislative tracking report available. And I have plenty of information on elections and what happened around the state, which I'm happy to share if y'all are interested in that. And of course, the summary sheet and budget provisos for the appropriations bill.
Mr. Smith?
A while back, I remember they were talking about the state taking over states school boards. Where did that conversation end up at?
Didn't pass.
Okay, it didn't pass. Great. Thank you.
Mr. Dallas?
I'm sorry, I have nothing to ask. I didn't lower my hand, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you so much for coming in person. And for you always give a really nice presentation with good information, but don't make it too wordy or include a lot of stuff that we don't really need to know.
Well, I just y'all remember that lobbyists speak in 3-minute increments. That's about all you get.
You've had a lot of practice.
This was way above my pay grade tonight, but thank y'all again. Have a great summer, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you. So next up, we have student achievement under the superintendent's report.
Good evening. The first item tonight is an update regarding graduation and graduation SY 24-25 information, as well as I think maybe a look ahead.
Good evening, and thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Board members, this evening, I bring forward graduation details from our 2024 graduates, as well as updates for the 2025 commencement ceremonies. Your folders contain a 2024 graduation executive summary that defines a 2024 total district graduation class of 1,464 seniors who crossed the stages of our 6 high schools. What I want to highlight on this specific executive summary is page 2 of this document that shares a total of $56,666,374 scholarship dollars that our students received here in Beaufort County. So I did want to highlight that. This quick summary gives you a listing of the schools by graduation. It also gives you the names of our respective vals and valedictorians and salutatorians. I wanted you to have that for your records. And if we go to the presentation, as we're in the spirit of commencement, the second document in regards to graduates consists of a quick PowerPoint to share updates on the 2024 and 2025, as well as the 25-26 graduation dates and times. Mrs. Cushenberry, if we can go to the PowerPoint, please. You should also have in your folders the original calendar and the updated calendar with the times, so you could have that for your records as well. If you look at slide 2 of the PowerPoint, it shares with you what we had presented to you earlier, actually last academic school year, it's strange to say, the graduation dates and times. for the 2025 graduates. It'll be on the right-hand side, where it has May 30th at 10 a.m. Beaufort High, respectively. May 30th that evening would be Bluffton High, and you could follow through. If we go to slide 3, you will see it for the following academic school year, which would be our class graduates of that 2026. But now if you go to slide 4, the 2024-2025 graduation dates are listed on the right-hand side, with each commencement ceremony being conducted at 7 p.m. Also note that summer graduation will align with adult ed. That is the one date we don't have at this time for this year, as well as the following year, which will be on slide 5. All graduations are at 7 p.m. and there's time allocated should there be a need for makeup for both years. I wanted to bring this to your attention so you could do your planning ahead of time. And since it's not a change of the academic calendar, this information is more for updating for calendar purposes for you as our board members and for the public. Okay? Thank you, Madam Chair.
You.
Thank you.
Just want to take a moment. Call out. University, Purdue, Pennsylvania State University. There's MIT's on here. So graduates, schools are accessing major high-powered universities across the country. And I think it's important for our community to note, as well as graduates graduating high school, 14 associate degrees from the Technical College of the Low Country, 29 career certificates from Technical College of the Low Country, 5 dual associate degrees from Technical College of the Low Country, 50 graduates who have enlisted in the military service. You've got 4 National Merit finalists, 1 National Merit scholar, and you have 85 Palmetto Fellows. So the graduating class of 2024 is well prepared for their future, and I think there is some exciting news to call out around that.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez.
Dr. Gwads, that concludes the superintendent's report. If we move right into the board business action section, the very first item on there is the strategic plan. If with your permission, I'll move forward.
Yes, please.
Okay. As Dr. Stratos approaches the podium, this evening, we'll be discussing the next strategic plan, 5-year strategic plan. Our primary objective this evening is to bring before the Board of Education an executive summary and to receive board approval for the long-term outcomes identified in the strategic plan that are required by the state in order to place in your document. The Beaufort County School District, I want to be clear, will be setting a bold and audacious goal for this 5-year strategic plan. Our ELA goal will be 75% exceeds, our math 75% meets and exceeds, and a graduation rate of 92% over the 5-year period. This, in fact, will be a moonshot moment which will require not only Beaufort County School District, but also our entire community to bring these results to fruition. Such an undertaking will require the support of our parents, will require their engagement, as well as that of students, which will be paramount. In addition, it will require the support of our entire community to include businesses to come together around this moonshot moment. This bold and audacious goal will no doubt be a challenge that we will strive for as a system. Through the use of a structured strategic plan, we will incorporate a monitoring system to keep track of our initiatives and implementation of research-based best practices and professional development of our educators. Here to tell us a little bit more is Dr. Stratos, our Chief Instructional Services.
Dr. Rodriguez, thank you again, and Madam Chair and board members. Tonight, you have a series of documents, all in support of the district's strategic plan and school renewal plans. The first document is a one-page district strategic plan summary. The second you will see as we go forward is the district executive summary. And then there is a final grouping of our school renewal plans executive summaries. Tonight, joining me in the audience as well is Robert Flowers, or as we know as Nick Flowers, the Director of School Accountability, who has worked with community stakeholders at the development of the district strategic plan and with a holistic group of district divisions. Please note, it was an oversight on the cover of the one-page executive regarding the participation of the operations division, because they have participated fully with input and support. On the strategic plan, on the one-page summary, if we open up, you'll see on page 1, thank you, Mrs. Cushenberry, you'll have further information in this page, or actually this executive summary coming to you in the first meeting in August. I want to make note that there are 4 pillars that are identified that are being used. One is support, and that focuses upon a nurturing and positive supportive environment. The second is engagement, which means unlocking success through teamwork and collaboration. The third pillar is achievement, which we all know focuses upon our students' academic performance. And the first item is a new term for our board and for our community with regard to stewardship, which is careful and responsible management of resources and investments. If we can go to the next page. I would like you to see the format of this, what is in front of you at this time. Your first column, where it says long-term outcomes, focuses upon what we are looking at that is aligned with the state, and that is graduation rate, English language arts, mathematics. And then you'll see further down regarding who are developing the format and practice of this application. This is a little shift for us as a system. Our second column is basically highlights the strategic pillars. But I really want to draw your attention to the column that says strategic initiatives. You will see that they are aligned to the pillars. And in that alignment, you'll see how they connect as we will go to the next document to the state required goals. I want to share that the state requires student achievement, teacher quality, school climate, and gifted and talented. And what's important for our board members to know, so if you look where it says sponsor, so I'm going to use the first row where it says student readiness, early childhood. And if Madam Chair was interested to know who's the sponsor of that as senior staff, the MS is myself. And then the AH is Ashley Hutchinson. And what you see identified in the final column is, or are the initiatives or strategies that tie with this. So what you will have as board members is a reference page as well to be familiar with not only our goals, but the initiatives that are tied as we work at pushing our students to a higher level of academic achievement and graduation rates. So I wanted to give you a taste of this first before you see it in August. And I really think it's very important to note that whenever you see the word students, it means all students, not one group to another group. It is all students. Mrs. Cushenberry, if we can go to the full executive summary of the district strategic plan. Thank you, ma'am. So your second document that you have is about 23 pages, and I know it's a pun to say executive summary, but in reality, it is much smaller when it's in a summary format. And I'd like to draw your attention to page 1, which provides you with a table of contents. This will give you reference points. So as I go through the document, should I go too fast, it gives us an opportunity to go back and look at areas. Obviously, within this packet is a signature page. The next item is a summary of the district strategic plan requirements. Then you'll see needs assessment, and I'll walk through these items. And then to me, what I really do want to highlight is from page 9, with regard to our goals and where we are working at pushing our students for academic success. So, Mrs. Cushenberry, just slow down 1 second so I can catch up to you, my dear lady. Thank you. So I'm going to go through this slowly again. You'll see with the plan's requirements on page 3, I reiterated what is a change for us as a district, and these are the pillars. So I'm trying to get at what is known like a nomenclature. This is a language you will hear us using more and more. Support, engagement, achievement, and stewardship. Obviously, on page 4, I give you resources and support. And if we start at page 5, this is a needs assessment. There is a narrative in support for student achievement. It is broken down from early childhood or preschool, then to elementary, including middle school grades 3 through 8. And page 6 provides you the needs assessment for high school. Teacher qualities on the lower part of the page. School climate starts on the bottom of page 7. And then it continues to gifted and talented. These are the required areas for a school district to identify every 5 years a needs assessment. And obviously there will be correlating goals to each one of these areas. I want to make note of the amount of input from division and community members. This was not a document in isolation. And I have to thank everyone for their work. As we go to page 9, the state requires that we provide them with our mission, vision, and our beliefs. These are directly from our board. And on page 10, this is where you'll see the first goals being defined. As referenced by Dr. Rodriguez, 75% for reading, 75% for math. We know the success we have met with English language arts. We also recognize, as we have shared with you as a board, the need to greater deepen resources and support for math literacy, or many of you know it as numeracy. We are looking at a slow start to get to a greater pace. What I mean by that, our first interim goal is 2%. We recognize that in 5 years, we'll be seeking a 5% or 6% increase in mathematics. Again, a slow pace to build momentum, to increase gradually each year, to build the muscle. On the lower half of page 10, you'll see the goal for mathematics. And in the mid part of page 11 is where you'll see the 92% graduation goal. And the action steps are written to also include goals for end of course exams to increase our proficiency levels as well. So we didn't leave it out, not a requirement for the state, but we are including them within our action steps. On gifted and talented, I really want to push forward the fact that we are seeking to increase population representation of all students. It is critical to stretch opportunity, and key in this initiative you'll see resonating as you read through is informing not only our parents, but our community, our ecumenical partners, and helping building that platform by which that we are educating our community on opportunities for our young people. On teacher quality performance, this work was spearheaded by Matt Hunt from Human Resources, obviously with the approval of Alice Walton. And I want to make note as well of the diligent work put forward through that division. I'm pausing so that you can have an opportunity to read, but I will go to page 14. And the measure for school climate is our school climate state required survey. Our Student Services Department worked in collaboration with special education under the guidance of Dr. White at putting together action steps from input from stakeholders. Turn to page 15. You'll see the dates where stakeholder meetings were conducted, as well as bang the table input that we were able to get input electronically through our work through Dr. Bruder's team. Following pages actually are the original sign-in sheets from stakeholder meetings. We had a greater success rate electronically. I do want to share that. And seems to be a general trend happening. And then as I turn the page to page 22 under state requirement, as you've approved in the past, a state waiver for proficiency for students new to the country who may not have their full transcripts, but have said, hey, I took that class. I've taken a world language class, giving these students the opportunity to sit to demonstrate mastery. If you see on the area in red, that is what the update from the prior waiver is. And then board members respectively, you do have a larger amount of documents that gives you a summary from each one of our schools. That is what I'm bringing forward to you this evening.
In terms of, I've heard that you use the terms of early, excuse me, my tongue got tied. early childhood education. In terms of what that looks like, how are we putting that plan together, and what does that look like?
So this early childhood education, if we can go to Mrs., thank you, to the one pager, to page 2 of that has the chart. So early childhood education, Mr. Smith, is not a requirement overall directly, specifically in our district strategic plan. We utilize it as an intervention. Beaufort County and our board has been very generous at supporting early childhood intervention. One of the things you will read within a strategy for student achievement is purposeful play, which is being put into our early childhood programs in alignment with Curriculum Gold, which is a state adopted curriculum and requirement that we utilize. We are updating many of our early childhood programs right now. We just finished rehousing, I want to say last Monday, James Davis Building with new fixtures for students that have opportunity, more manipulatives, more block work. So we're not just doing rote learning, but I could also count the blocks and work and use developmental appropriate manipulatives for our youngest students.
And I do hear that, but also, I mean, and I do understand that that's not a requirement, but I just noticed what the science and across the country, that a lot of people are moving closer towards early childhood programs. And so, with that being said, there are a lot of early childhood programs that exist already. And there are a lot of kids where some kids have to qualify to be touched, and some kids don't qualify to be touched. And my question is, and moving that forward, how are we being intentional to make the plan, make the whole plan come together to work for the good of everyone, including outside agencies that don't have nothing to do with Beaufort County School District and parents? And how are we getting that? I mean, what is that basically? What does that plan look like, and how are we calling other outside agencies? Because I think for us to lead the way and for us to get this done, I think that we have to do some groundwork too.
I recognize the outside agencies that also service our younger people. Those have been conversations that we've had at senior level. I will share on page 5 of the overall executive summary. It does give a little more detail with regard to our screening process and how, as a screening process being cut off at 50%, we're not able to service all the students. We have looked as a system with the opportunity of asking the state for a pilot for CERDUP funding, which would allow us to broaden or cast a larger net. We're still on hold to find out if that pilot would be utilized here. We asked for a small pilot from the state.
Is once we have our long-term outcomes approved, once in August, we bring back and final overall strategic plan with all its components. You know, have to kind of take this on the road to connect with our partners across the community, particularly partners that are engaged in early childhood work already, but independent from the school district, right? Because ultimately, those students will end up at our doorstep in kindergarten or first grade, right? Along those lines. So I think what then becomes important is for our partners across the community that are involved and engaged in early childhood education understand that what we are trying to hit is a moonshot 75%, right? In ELA, 75% in math, and 92% graduation rate, okay? And so, so the idea is it's important for them to be clear on those targets that we are looking to hit, and as partners in this work, that might require them, I think, to consider some adjustments, some of their work, in order to help prepare students as well as we as a community try to hit these targets that are bold and audacious for us to achieve.
And I do agree with that. And as my colleague Carlton like to say, I'd like to say he likes to campaign a lot. He likes to run campaigns. Whenever we're doing something, he likes to say, "Oh, I want to get a campaign going, and we just got to get the word out and get everybody on board and let them know where we stand." I I think that if it takes for us to get a campaign, because to be honest with you, I've heard a lot, and even some people in the community which was talking about understanding how many kids that we're having. A lot of parents have been reaching out and said, "Look here, our kids can't get these programs. Or these our kids can't do this, or our kids can't do that, or these programs are at max." What is the district doing in terms of helping them out or giving them buildings or and some people they don't understand the process of some of this work, but they do understand that, and they know come clear hell or high water that they want their kids in a educational program that are teaching them and that are helping them be able to compete with those kids who come to school day one who knows 50 words versus who may know 500 words, or who may know their colors versus kids who can pretty much write and articulate a sentence, or who can spell their name. So I'm looking for, and I've heard what you're saying, but I'm looking for maybe a campaign for us to start as well, and not just really a campaign, just for us to be making also initiatives in terms of this and what that will look like, so everyone can help out, because it's not going to just take the staff. It's going to take some of the people right around this table right here too as well to get that work done, and we all have to understand that. And I would just like to see what that plan looks like in terms of us moving it forward, because I hear a lot of early childhood. Okay, well, let's see what it looks like and how are we moving it forward. How are we moving the board from the 90-yard line to the 1-yard line? What does that look like? So that's just what my and it's that's just what that's what my intentions are. But just as clear as day. Thank you.
So I think as a follow-up is on that piece is, you notice, and Dr. Stratos went through on that one page, on the 1 or 2 page document, the way that's laid out, there is a sponsor and then there is an owner for each of the strategic initiatives.
Right.
And those are tied to strategic goals, and there are initiative strategies that are laid out on the right-hand side. Each of those strategies, right, are going to be built out by the owner and a group or a committee that's going to be working together around those initiative strategies that fall under that pillar and that strategic initiative. Okay. And that will develop quite a bit. And then those individuals are going to be monitoring that work as well. And the sponsor will be monitoring that work as well, so that there is an alignment through the system with respect to the work that has to be done at each of those levels, each of those not levels, but initiative strategies, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing them do it and seeing them do it and lead the way and get it done. Thank you.
All right. Next up is Carlton Dallas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very impressive document. When I went through it, it just has a lot of information. Thank you for the executive summary, 2 pages there, but that includes a lot. The thing that actually caught my eye at the extreme right and extreme top, item 111.1.1, parent as educators. I think it may take a campaign to actually help the parents know how critical their engagement is in those years from birth until they actually come into the public school system. Because I truly, and I've been learning this over the last 16 months. I knew nothing about this before. I think parents, there's reverb. What did I do? Okay, I think if parents realize how important their engagement of their kids is in that development and the learning, I think they would be even more active. And I know there are constraints. There really are. Single parent homes, people working hard. But if they could just spend 10 or 15 minutes a day reading or purposeful play with the kids, even when, as a parent, we're frustrated, we're tired, what have you, I think that would be beneficial. The other thing is, as I read through it, I saw the term evidence-based. So, and I made a note to myself, but it's been answered that I was hoping it would say numerical evidence-based. But I see where you had the ranges, and I like the fact that you start out at a very incremental pace, but it grows in the later years, give the larger organization a chance to sort of scale up and get comfortable. The last thing I would recommend for consideration is an informal peer group. You've already established your hard targets, but an informal peer group of the 3 highest performing school districts in the state of South Carolina. No, animosity towards the state in which I live, but judging ourselves against the median there, which I'm not saying you're doing that, but anyone judging us against the median in the state of South Carolina, as my dad used to say, I would be a fast horse in a slow race, and that wouldn't get me far. And so I would say the top 3 performing school districts in the state of South Carolina, and choose 3 of the top performing districts nationwide. It's going to be a stretch. People wouldn't necessarily be judged against it, but it would be sort of, a way to sort of say, hey, that's where we want to get. It may take 15 years, may take 10 years, but I really like the document and the protocols and the way it's moving forward. Thank you.
Right. Next, we have Colonel Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My compliments. This is comprehensive, logical, and linear. I like it. I like the way it's laid out. I like the way it's done, but I have 3 things I want to mention to you. First of all, to echo what Carlton just said, you have who's sponsor and the owner, but you don't have parents in here. And the parents, we've got to reach out, as Carlton said, and say to our parents, this is what we hope you will be held accountable for. We can't tell them that they're accountable like we can our employees, but you as parents have a role. And I think if I was doing this, I would give every parent that this is what we would hope you will do to support your children's education. So if that could be incorporated here some way, that'd be great. On page 12, you have the gifted and talented schools. One thing that I don't see that I suggest that you look at is student marketing of the gifted and talented program. Why should I take gifted and talented to the students? Because when I heard my grandsons talk about gifted, well, you got to work harder. I'm not sure I want to do that. No, this is why you want to work harder. This is what you will get. So focus on marketing student gifted and talented. We have a lot of kids that have the potential, much more than we have enrolled in the gifted and talented program. So let's maybe look at marketing that for the kids. And lastly, I sat through all the graduations, as did my fellow colleagues. And when I sat there and looked at the list of names of all the graduates, I looked at all the cords that they got and everything else. And then I looked at the kids with no cords. I looked at the kids that weren't college and career ready. And there was a very big difference in schools. We had a couple schools that have a handful. We had a school that had about 12, 2 dozen. And we had one school that had over 100 of its graduates were not college and career ready. Now the 92%, I understand the 92%, graduation rate. But I'd like to see 92% college and career ready as well as graduation rate. I know, and you're never going to get 100%. I know that. Because you got to do some extra things to get them at that stage. But that to me is a much better goal than a simple walk across the stage, have a good day. You through persistence somehow graduating. Consider that. But all in all, this is a template. And I really like it. I mean, this is really good stuff for a non-educator to be able to look at and see where you're going and how you plan to get there. So congratulations.
Dr. R, and then we'll have Earl Campbell.
So thank you for the feedback as it comes along. Several of the things mentioned fall within some of those initiative strategies all the way at the right. For example, parent piece and parent as educator gets spelled out more to the level of what you're talking about in an additional segment of that, which is what the owner is going to be working in that development, right? I think it's important to note on a strategic plan like this, right? One of the things that Mr. Dallas said, mentioned about the numbers starting at a lower rate per year, but getting incrementally higher. From our perspective, it's sort of like compounding interest, right? You know, so as you move through and you develop more students at a higher level, then on the back end, you should begin to expect and find higher results on the back end. Math is the difference, because in math we're trying to hit 75, and the gap between where we are and 75 is higher, and it's a heavier lift, and we're gonna design ourselves for greater support for schools from here around the math piece, but math is different because that gap almost requires an equal amount every year that you're trying to hit. So just a note to keep that in mind. And then the last thing before I turn it over for more questions or comments is this piece. My expectation is for everyone in our school system, right, to know what our long-term objectives are. And my expectation is for everyone in our school system to know our strategic pillars, right? As you get deeper into the work, then it begins to carry more specificity for people. But the long-term objectives of 75, 75, and 92, everybody in our system should know. I'm going to quiz you all too along the year, right? And our strategic pillars. I mean, I think it's that important. So when we begin, we want this document to not just be a shelf document, but we want this document to drive the work of the district towards the accomplishment of these long-term outcomes. So I'll be quiet and
Earl's next. Thank you.
Mr. Smith talked about early childhood. Beaufort County School District was the first district in the state to start early childhood. Mm-hmm. But the problem is not parent or the community. The problem is you have to have a foundation. You look at France, Italy, Germany, any other countries. They have the best early childhood in the world.
I cannot hear Mr. Campbell if he's speaking.
Okay,
Okay.
he is speaking, so we'll have him get a little closer to the
Okay.
microphone.
I am saying that we don't have a foundation in this country when it comes to early childhood education, like other countries do. I say France, Italy, Germany, and some other countries. It's going to take not only the parents, but it's going to take the whole community. I don't believe it. This is just me. I don't believe that they want to educate every child in this country, period. Because if that was the case, we wouldn't have the problem that we have in public education. It's going to take money. They're going to have to take buildings, which we don't have here in Beaufort County. Probably going to have to raise taxes to get what you were talking about, Mr. Smith. So, we've been talking about this for the last 30-some years, early childhood, and it's still the same thing. The people that at Head Start, if you make a certain amount of dollars, your child is not eligible. So until we do that, 50 years from now, you'll be talking the same thing. Thank you.
Ms. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Stratus and your team, thank you. It's documented. I couldn't believe it was a strategic plan. I've seen some before, been on some of the committees, but I could read this, understand the pillars. I agree with some of the things that Mr. Campbell and other colleagues have said. I think Beaufort County, I came here in 1992, and looking where we are in 2024, we've made some impressive gains. People have to understand that, whether it's early childhood or gifted and talented. But I still think the proponent is parents and the district working together. And it's not that the district does not put it out there, but we still have some of the same issues back then that we have now. So I think we should take our kudos where we can and look forward to opening up this dialogue of campaigning, getting out there with the children. Do you know if you tell a child something one time, 7 times, 77, they'll get it? But we tend to only tell them one time and expect them to get it. But I think we're on our way with this strategic plan and what we want from each other. But I think we need to let the community know that we have not forgotten, that we are working hard. This team, but it does take a village to raise a child.
Absolutely.
It does. So please continue what you're doing and bring it to us. I'm not going to ask you to do anything more because I know how hard you work to get to where you are. But let's not forget students and the parents in getting this done.
No.
Our kids will pull up if we let them know what our expectations. So thank you. Thank you for this report. I'll enjoy reading it tonight. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. R.
I just want to take a moment while we're talking about this. Nick Flowers is sitting back here and Kristen Casper is sitting back here. If they would both just stand for a second, because they have worked exceptionally hard on building this plan, right? And they've been driving the work around this plan. And so the format, the layout, the structure that you see, their work has been essential. They've taken lots of feedback, gone back to the drawing board countless times, but essentially have worked diligently to pull a document together with a game plan that will continue to be developed. And in essence, is really the foundation that's here. So since they're here, there's others that have worked hard on this plan, and you should know. But since they're here, I thought I'd just take a moment and call them out today.
Thank you. I just have a few comments. So first of all, this obviously took a great deal of work and effort and thought, and you've got some really good documents here. So I have a couple questions. So one is, if you look at page 3 of the executive summary, and then page 1 of the one-page summary, it basically tells you the idea behind the strategic 5-year strategic plan. So it's required by law. Are these federal laws?
So technically, yes, Dr. Gwatz.
Okay.
So federal law did put into place the School Improvement Act in 1993, formalized it deeper in 1998. States started adopting them. So the answer to that is yes, but they
yeah,
are state law.
okay. But it's
Reference.
kind of interesting. So we report to the state.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we have to revise it every annually. So we've stated a lot in here, what our plan is. How are we graded on this plan? I guess that's my question. Who grades us?
Very well said. So that's actually part of the structure of the summary document. So now we're able to put into place, looking deeper at, are we doing what we said that we're doing, monitoring what we said we want to do, and are we hitting the mark? On a state perspective, that is through your interim goals, and we bring those to the board annually as we report interim goals to you. Have we reached it or have we not? And adjustments are made. That is part of our responsibility. And by law, it has to be under a continuous improvement model where you say you're going to do, you monitor, you reflect. If you're not there, change trajectory. Don't keep doing the same thing, right? So basically an after action review annually to readjust our plan as we go forward for the upcoming year. And that is reported to the board.
And that's then reported also to the state?
Yes, ma'am. Our
Okay.
interim goals are uploaded to the state with updated initiatives and strategies.
Okay. So we've talked a lot, Dr. Rodriguez, about how you should be evaluated for your performance as a CEO of our school district. So it seems like this might be a very good document to say, should this be used in your performance evaluation? I assume probably you've thought of that. Maybe you don't want to comment about that. You want to think about it. But this is especially it touches on everything for how our students learning, in terms of, all the things that have been mentioned, parental involvement, teacher, recruitment, the quality of the teachers. All the things are listed here on page 2 of the one-page summary. So, I guess it seems like we keep trying to reinvent the wheel for evaluation, but this might be a good starting place or alignment to be included as perhaps part of your evaluation. What do you think?
That's a conversation I prefer to have in a results committee.
Yeah, okay. I was just something I would say the board needs to think about it too. Yeah.
There's different nuances,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
That I think aren't necessarily captured here. And some of the issues that I bring up traditionally
Mhm.
are still in play in something like this.
Yeah.
That doesn't change that aspect of it. So,
Yeah.
but that's a conversation for another.
Okay. I think those are the main things I wanted to comment about. Mr. Smith?
Well, you captured my first question I was going to ask in terms of the state, what does it look like, but also Also, in terms of what Mr. Campbell just said as well, it's funny that we sit here and we have these conversations, and he made the comment he made, and I strongly agree with that in terms of it started the state legislative. We had the Mrs. What's her name, Mrs. the lobbyist here tonight, and she just spoke a lot, about different laws and stuff that was passing and things that they were looking at in terms of academic, but notice I didn't see where they're passing much about early childhood, and we have the we have the we're in a good position right now because we have our state representative Shannon Harrison's who sits on the academic committee, and also nobody, I'm sure, nobody more than her, although she's one of the top people who understand the importance of early childhood education because of her personal businesses. So we should be able to understand that. And where I'm going with this is that how important it is to start mandating and start giving more funding to early childhood, into school districts, into businesses, in terms of in terms of early childhood, because we have to start putting our money where our mouth is. So I think that is a good idea for us to reach out and from our meeting tonight and this what was said. I think that maybe they see what they entertained, and what will they willing to entertain in terms of putting funding in early childhood. Some people might feel uncomfortable. Some people might not like that I said what I said tonight, but it is what it is. I said what I said with meaning, and that I can sleep tonight because my moral compass aligns. And with every being that God has given me, we must educate our kids. So that's the bottom line truth, the uncomfortable truth. So I thank you, Mr. Campbell, because you brought up a great point to put the arrow where it needs to be. Education, what is our state legislators doing in terms of helping us out, educate our kids in this county. Thank you.
Mr. Dallas?
Thank you, ma'am. Just to touch on your question, and I understand the reason that it should be moved to the results committee. Certainly okay with that. I do also think this is a phenomenal piece of work. It is comprehensive with a large, complex organization with so many moving parts, like a school district. This document can unify every person's under the umbrella of the BCSD towards common goals. And that really energizes an organization. As the Colonel mentioned earlier, others mentioned it can be tracked. It's very clear. It's out there. I just think this is just a phenomenal effort, a 5-year plan. And normally what I've always been seeing is that gets folded into the overall performance metrics of various entities so that everybody's moving in unison. So I won't speak to how it affects the superintendent, but I will say that it can be a unifying document to just deliver performance beyond anything we probably have expected, even though performance has been great over the last 5-6 years. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Colonel Guyer?
Madam Chair, I move the Beaufort County School District Board of Trustees approve the district strategic and school renewal 5-year plans for 2024-2029 5-year cycle.
Second.
Okay, we had Mr. Campbell already seconded, but thank you, Mr. Dallas.
Problem.
All right, I think we've already had the discussion. Any further comment? Okay, so all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Online?
Dallas, aye.
Hay, aye.
All right, it's approved unanimously, and thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members.
Thank you and your staff as well.
Dr. Gwads and board members, the next item under board business action is the approval of the district rebranding and logo. Dr. Bruder is going to come forward and talk about this item.
Good evening, board members. As you know, we kicked off our rebranding initiative almost a year ago in August of 2023. This has been a very thoughtful and thorough process over the course of many months involving our key stakeholders and our small but mighty communications team, which includes Ms. Casper, it includes Ms. Godley, and our videographer, Ron Lopes. And I'd like to thank them for their work on this as well. In April, you saw the presentation of 2 logo and tagline options presented by Rhodes Branding during one of the board work sessions. As promised, we put forth these options to families, staff, students, and the community so they could express their preferences. So tonight, I'm here to share the results from this engagement process via our online platform, BCSD Connected, for you to take into consideration. So first with the logo, 91.3% selected logo option A, the one with the sun. 8.7% selected option B, the one with the letter B. As for the tagline, 62.8% selected option B, innovating today for a brighter tomorrow, and 37.2% selected option A, rising to excellence together. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
My question when I looked at this is, why is there such a difference in the number of participants for the logo versus the tagline? And there still is not a very large group sample for either. I mean, so you have for the logo, 1,562 participated, choosing which logo they like preferred. And then for the tagline, only 250 participants.
Well, I will tell you that the logo, I think in general, people like to vote for the visual, like they're just drawn to the visual. And when they see rebrand, they think of the visual. Also, the way the page was set up, there were 2 tabs. The logo was the first tab and the tagline was the second tab. And so I think some people just did that tab. As for the 1,500 people that responded, that's actually not a terrible number compared to some of our other projects that we've had up there. We did get, though, I do think, I think it is still, a positive engagement with folks. I mean, we pushed it out there through media releases, through the media. We had media report on it. We put it on social media. We reached out to parents directly. And so honestly, I think, people who wanted to participate participated.
Okay, the other comment I'd make.
Sure.
I participated.
Thank you.
Is the, logo option A with the sun. I mean, to me, that really reflects our county and the beauty that's here. And then the tagline to me that goes much better with that is the rising to excellence, the tagline A. I see that as being a broader, more encompassing tagline. I feel that tagline B, which is innovating today for a brighter tomorrow, not everything is innovation. Not everything has to be new or not, I just think excellence encompasses more of what we're trying to achieve. And I also think that it goes better with the much more popular logo. So I just want to make those comments.
Well, I'm happy to share with you real quick that for some context on that, initially when Rhodes Branding put these logo options together, that tagline was associated with logo A, with the sun. So your inclination was, pretty spot on with that. But in talking with them and working through it with them, it was kind of decided that we would give people a choice because both seem to be able to work with each logo. So that's kind of how that came to be.
All right. Thank you for
Sure.
that. All right. Colonel Geyer?
Yeah, I like tagline B because rising to excellence together, oh hum. Innovating today for a brighter tomorrow. That's what we're about. That's what education is about. Rising to excellence together. That sounds like a campaign slogan to me. I find A just kind of,
And my response to you, Colonel Geyer, would be times tables, multiplication tables. To me, those are absolutely necessary for every child to learn. And I'm probably old fashioned about that, but I was a math major in college. And that to me is excellence. That's not innovation. You got to memorize those things. That's all. We can agree to disagree. He just said I was in the Stone Age, by the way.
Madam Chair, I have a motion I'd like to make. I move the Board of Education authorize adoption of option A as the district's new logo.
All right. And it looks like Mr. Dallas's hand is up. Oh, first, wait, we need a second. Okay. Angela Middleton, second. Now, Mr. Dallas.
Yes, I was going to say, I thought the way that the participants actually responded worked very well for me. I thought rising to excellence sort of presumed that we're not already excellent, so I wouldn't want to put that out there. The innovation today for a brighter tomorrow, I think is where all organizations globally have to get to. So I would suggest option A for the logo as has been proposed. And then when it comes time, hopefully someone will suggest option B for the slogan.
All right. All right. Any other, Mr. Smith? Right now, remember, we're still on the logo.
Right.
That's the motion.
Right. I'd like to thank all y'all for your work on this logo. Appreciate the work that y'all did. But when it comes to the logo and it comes to option A and option B, yeah, but I really think that unfortunately I think that it was kind of a waste of money. I believe we could get our kids to do kind of better art than this. So I mean, and that's just my personal take. Not to say that it ain't good, but it just as where I stand at, I don't like any of it. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to comment? No. All right. So we'll take the vote on the logo. The motion is to approve logo A. So all of those of you that are in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Online.
Dallas, aye.
Hey, I.
All right. Do we have any nays? Smith? All right.
Smith, no.
And Ms. Gordon, did you vote? Okay, thank you. I didn't see that. All right, and no abstentions. So the logo A is approved by the board, 7-1. Colonel Geyer.
Madam Chair, I move the Board of Education authorize the adoption of option B as the district's new branding tagline.
Second.
Do we have a second? Okay, thank you, Mr. Dallas. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, which is approval of tagline option B, which is innovating today for a brighter tomorrow. All those in favor, please say aye. Okay. And so there's two. Online.
Dallas, aye.
Hey, nay.
Okay. All those in the room, sorry, that are no's, please say nay. Nay. This is for the tagline B, which is innovating today for a brighter tomorrow. Are you yes, no, or abstaining?
No.
Okay. So the motion for tagline B fails because it had 3 yeses and 5 nos. All right. So
Madam Chair, I move the
Wait a
Board of
second. The 5 nos were Campbell, Gordon, Smith, Guads, and Hay. Those
Okay.
were the 5 nos.
Okay, okay.
And the 3 yeses were Dallas, Geyer, and Middleton. Okay. All right, now you may go again.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move the Board of Education authorize the adoption of option A as the district's new branding tagline.
Okay. All right, in the room here. So the tagline A again is rising to excellence together. Okay. If you are in support of that being the tagline, please raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Okay. And online?
I think this is my first no vote in the whole tenure on the board, but I'm
Hey, I, and I had my hand raised before I was going to explain why, but that's okay. Here we are. So
I apologize.
That's okay.
1, 2, okay. All right.
Madam Chair.
Can you, wait a sec, we need to finish the voting, and if you want to comment, then you can comment. All right, who's no for, in the room here? 1, 2, 3 no's, and Mr. Dallas was no.
Yes.
And correct. So tagline B also fails because it's 4-4. Oh, back to the drawing board, I guess. Do you want to, Elizabeth, do you want to say your remarks? Because I totally missed that you wanted to say something.
Oh, sure. It was just that more of the same. I was going to agree with your sentiments, but also I had heard from many constituents, whether it was in my district or not, that they had extreme difficulties. Some were not able to place their votes at all. And others made it through the logo voting, but then something happened, like some sort of glitch where they didn't have the opportunity to vote for the tagline. So it just seemed like there were hiccups in the system. And I think people wished there had been more time or some way to, alleviate the glitches so that their voices could be heard on their preference. So that was my no, but also I don't like the innovating tagline because it sounds like a tech company or like we're creating widgets in a factory. I do understand Colonel Geyer's sentiments. However, there's just something, I don't know, inherently off about it. So, and I also did agree with Will Smith's comments. This is something I heard from constituents as well, that students could have done better artwork. Frankly, working in digital marketing and so for myself and others, we could have created logos similar to this in like a Canva app. So I would just encourage in the future, if we're, looking at imagery, that we maybe consult with some other entities. And that was all.
All right, but what's happened here tonight is that we've approved logo A. The board has approved it, so that's the board's will. It wasn't unanimously
Yes,
approved, but it
absolutely.
was.
No, that was
okay.
going to be my comment before. I
Okay.
had my hand raised before that voting went through, but since
Okay.
I had the floor, I was just voicing, what others had said and what I was hearing from the community. That's all.
Okay, well, thank you. So that means that Dr. Rodriguez is charged, he and his staff, to go back to the drawing board, I guess I would say. And you're gonna, I guess, bring some other options forward to the board and the public as possible taglines to go with the approved logo. All
right.
All right.
Thank you for bringing the glitch comment forward, as we weren't aware of that. So thank you.
Yeah, and you pointed out at the beginning too, that it seemed like people missed the second step with the
Yeah, I think a lot of
tagline.
them stopped at the first one.
I showed my husband these, the logos and the taglines. He goes, "Ooh, those taglines, I wouldn't pick either of them." So here we are. We didn't pick either. All right, Colonel Guyer.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move the Board of Education accept the donation from Jennifer Scanlon valued at $9,185 for costumes and dance materials for the dance and drama departments. And I believe this is at Hilton Head,
Yes, sir.
at Hilton Head High School. Dance and drama departments for Beaufort County School District.
And do we have a
I'll
second?
second that motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. And I would just like to say that the board appreciates the generosity of this donation. So all those in favor of accepting the donation, since it's greater than $5,000, please say aye. Aye. Dallas?
Dallas, I.
Hey, I.
All right. The donation is accepted unanimously, and thank you, Jennifer Scanlon, for your generosity.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay. I think Angela was quicker. So to approve this consent agenda, the motion was made by Colonel Guyer and second by Angela Middleton. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Dallas and Hay?
Dallas, I.
Hey, I.
Thank you. That consent agenda is approved unanimously. We now are down to future agenda topics. All right. Next up, any announcements? Dr. Rodriguez? No, okay. All right. Next, we have our public commenter, Mr. Jim Miller. So Dr. Rodriguez, can you or your staff move the podium again, please? Thank you. And Mr. Miller, I know you've done this before, but I'll just make the announcement so everyone can hear us that you're going to sit at the table with the microphone there. And you have 3 minutes to speak on your topic, which is importance of music education. And there'll be a visual timer for you to see, and that we ask that you respect the time. And when the 3 minutes is up, is to please end what you're saying. Thank you. So let's get the timer on. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, please go ahead.
Madam Chairman. And last month, I mentioned that I am not a data person, and that I started to mention about what I consider a very significant study on music education and I was asked to give all of you a copy of that study. You can't scam them or look at them briefly. You have to study them. And if I could I'll try in 1 minute to say what I think it says.
Okay.
And that is, all students, period, meaning graduating classes, and at the British Columbia, it looked at 7th grade scores that provided an idea of how likely a person would succeed in academics. Then participated in music, either vocal or instrumental. Then at grade level 12, it showed improvement of those who took music versus those who didn't based on what you would anticipate their academic achievement. And this was done on all various social economic areas, including whether English was the primary language. It included household income, etc. I only have 30 seconds left, but I would like to ask you folks if you think music route that can add to your district strategic plan. Any comments or questions about what I presented?
No, this is really not an interactive process, but we appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any commenters online? Okay. So that concludes our second public comments, and that means you adjourn by unanimous consent if there are no objections. And thank you to everyone who participated. Okay. We're adjourned.
Thanks.